purchase of 127 Academy Street and 140 East Hanover Street, and a resolution to accept grant award from New Jersey High Impact Tutoring Grants. May I have a motion?
I motion.
Second. Yolanda?
Yes.
I would like to, on the Finance and Facilities agenda, would like to pull letter B for discussion at the meeting. I guess,
Yes,
is that correct?
that will be discussed when we get down to the consent agenda.
Okay.
And before we vote on it, we would then discuss
I
it.
just
So we
wanted
don't
to-
pull it right now.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Roll call, Yolanda Lopez.
Yes.
Joe Trueheart absent. Jean Bowie.
Yes.
Denise Johnson absent. Austin Edwards.
Yes.
Jeannie Weeklam.
Yes.
Addie Daniels Lane.
Yes.
Sasa Montana.
Yes.
Larry Trailer.
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, I'd like to pass over to our superintendent.
Good evening and welcome to our August board meeting. Feels like we're in full swing a few weeks before school starts. So I know I can feel the excitement building around the district and just wanted to welcome everyone to our board meeting. We look forward to a very successful school year. Tonight we have several presentations that we'll get to in just a few minutes. But I just wanted to share something that's really exciting in district, and if you've been to our website and on social media, we've blasted it out for the world to see and hear. So on August 6th of 2024, I had the pleasure of attending the Governor's Educator of the Year recognition ceremony. I'm proud and excited for all of our district governor educators of the year, all of our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our one-to-ones and custodians, and anyone who was selected as a governor educator of the year. We're so excited for the accomplishments and the work that our teachers and our staff do every year. In particular, this year, we were also excited to learn that one of Trenton's own was selected as the county teacher of the year. So we will be celebrating her probably all year long, but in September, when everyone returns, we will convene at her location to celebrate with her. But let me quickly introduce you and just give you a snippet from the press release about her. Our teacher, our county teacher of the year, who represents all 8 districts in the county. I think I have that right, maybe more. But she will be representing Trenton as she goes out to Hamilton, Princeton, West Windsor, and all of the locations, Ewing, as she is able and out in the public talking about the work good teachers are doing in the buildings here and all over the county. Nicole Hamlet, biology teacher at Trenton Central High School. Just a quick word about Nicole. Nicole has worked in Trenton School District as an educator for 19 years and loves working here. She is an extraordinary educator with a firm belief that every student has the capacity to learn. She also believes that students deserve the opportunity to learn in an inclusive, safe, and active learning environment that is culturally responsive as well as meets their needs. Congratulations to our governor, our county teacher of the year, Ms. Nicole Hamlet. All right, we have 2 presentations, and we will ask the business office, the grants office to share our federal monitoring audit update or information. So, thank you. Turn the mic on.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Works better when you turn it on, you're right. So some overall takeaways, and this is very exciting in many positive ways, excuse me. There were absolutely no fiscal findings in terms of our federal monitoring, which is a big deal. That's very exciting. Yes. Congratulations to the business office on that. Additionally, when the monitors looked at the different components of the different grants, there were no multiple findings. And in layman's terms, what that means is there were no patterns of areas in which they were concerned. This is a big deal to me, again, because this is an indication that, in general, we are moving in the right direction and doing good things for our kids in terms of how we're responsible with our money in Trenton. And then lastly, in regard to Title II, Title IV, IDEA Basic, IDE Preschool, there were no findings in these areas as well. So there were several areas where the state examined our records, examined our program, and said we are in excellent shape, which is always good to hear. The other piece that I wanted to ensure that everyone hears is that in the areas where there were findings, we're working on addressing them, as I'll speak to in just a moment. Some of them have already begun to be addressed, and all of these will be executed within the required time frame as we work with the state to be in full compliance. Just a quick overview of what monitoring is. This is basically about levels of accountability. We are responsible to report to the state. The state is responsible to report to the federal government in terms of our grant dollars. And it's basically about looking at the implementation and effectiveness of our programs related to our entitlement grant applications. So Title I, II, III, and IV, IDEA, et cetera. And basically just looking to make sure that we are in compliance in all areas. The areas that were the most significant focus were the program components and implementation, student outcomes, which is always our driver and our focus, and again, financial management. Just a quick summary by area, and again, you have the full report in front of you. In the area related to Title I-A, which is about supporting students who need additional academic supports, the overall findings related to improving communication and engagement with parents. This is an area that we always want to seek to do our absolute best and to look at what are the best practices in terms of engaging with family and community to support our children. We'll also hold district and school meetings in the upcoming school year at the school-wide level in order to ensure that all parents are informed of their rights under Title I. And we will continue to update all of our documentation and parent compact policies with parent involvement. Under Title I-A, which is the School Improvement Award, the findings related to improving monitoring and support of these funds at the building level. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm the grants manager, and that's a big part of what I will now be doing. I work very closely with the building principals to support them in utilizing these funds in evidence-based practices in order to ensure the success of all students. So we meet on a regular basis in order to ensure all components of that. And we'll continue to work to improve our systems to make that happen as efficiently as possible for all of our students. As I mentioned a moment ago, in Title II, which focuses on professional development, there were no findings. Title III, the findings related to improving documentation of our systems and program evaluation procedures. This doesn't mean that there's anything that's not happening with our programs. What it means is that we need to improve the way in which we provide documentation, gather it, organize it, and are able to present it in a timely fashion. So some of the areas that we'll be examining are documenting our process for reviewing our language instruction educational program regularly, which according to the state's definition is every 2 years. We've just completed that. Developing the PD plan of teachers of multilingual learners, including by their certificated areas for whether they're bilingual certified, whether it's special education certified, in order to ensure the highest quality professional development. And then the process for providing additional supports for students who were formerly identified as multilingual learners who have exited the program to provide continued and ongoing sustainable support to ensure their academic success. In the area of Title III Immigrant, which is a distinctive grant from Title III, again, this was about improving, the finding was related to improving documentation in terms of identifying immigrant students based on the federal definition. And really what that means is that we're ensuring that in our student information system that we are accurately identifying students as immigrant students to ensure that they're receiving the proper services based on the federal definition. and that is all accurate and up to date. As I mentioned in Title IV, there were no findings, nor were there findings in IDEA Basic or Preschool. Under ARP ESSER 3, there was one finding related to compliance with records retention, which we will work to revise, and that's already been in process and been corrected. And then our last two areas, Perkins 5, there were some findings related to, again, documentation of process and procedures in a few different areas. As a district, there was an evaluation of Perkins funding and the amount of time and effort that is involved in attaining that funding versus the benefit to Trenton students. And in terms of looking at that cost-benefit analysis, the district decided that it would make more sense for us to focus our energies elsewhere, pursuing additional grants that have fewer constraints and more opportunities for children. So we will continue to run our CTE programs at the high schools as we have. And we are also going to look at partnerships with the community, post-secondary institutions, and other professional partners to expand college and career pathways for all students. And then the last area was administrative, and again, this relates to policy and this relates to procedure and documentation. So we'll be working to revise, adopt, and implement board policies that address the requirements of the Uniform Grant Guidance. That is federal guidance that's then transferred to the state level that we then need to ensure that we are completely and fully in compliance with. So I'll be working with district stakeholders in regard to that to ensure that we are meeting every expectation required by the state to be fiscally and programmatically responsible for Trenton students. That's all I have. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Usually we're full of questions. You must have done a really fantastic job with your presentation tonight.
So I just do have a question. So the findings that you noted, we have developed a plan to address all of those concerns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so the next time we get this evaluation is when?
Is it every 3 years, I believe? Yes.
Okay.
So this is one of there are several different monitoring mechanisms in place. This one is typically about every 3 years, but I cannot predict the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Certainly. Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. So, is there a process in place by which you will monitor this? So the next time is 3 years, and if you monitor it year over year, you'll probably catch any gaps before they arise, right?
That is absolutely our intent as we're looking at our systems of documentation and our processes. You know, and the other one comparison that I like to make for monitoring like this is that it's like when you go to the doctor for a checkup. We know that there are going to be things that we need to address, no matter how well we're trying to take care of ourselves, but we want to respond to those. I would also say that there are times, especially in the world of grants, where the requirements may change and we may need to continue to adjust as technology changes, as students change. So it can be an ongoing process, but yes, the idea is to get in front of these things moving forward as much as we possibly can. Any further questions?
I understand that it's been fairly recent that we decided that we are better off without the Perkins grant, but do we have any other grants in mind to apply for in lieu of that one?
So there are several opportunities, and there are a few grants that we have applied for as a district that have been board approved. We have not yet heard back about all of them. And I also am working very closely with the State Department of Education. I was at a training session today in relation to grants and the grant system. And they were mentioning some upcoming grants, specifically related to the area of technology, that I believe will be particularly useful, given the effort that's been put into place for the innovation labs and thinking specifically about career and technical education moving forward for students. So I'll be looking for that information forthcoming from the state as well to see what opportunities can be provided to Trenton students.
Thank you. Any other questions? In that case, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're gonna move this on.
Next, we will have assistant superintendents to share about summer programs. Turn the mic on.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this evening, we will be providing you with an overview of the summer programs that were offered to the Trenton students. Throughout the months of July and August, summer just, they were just wrapped up in August as we speak. Some wrapped up a little bit earlier. You'll get an overview, and as you can see, you'll see some display of student work as well. If you have a moment, please walk around and just kind of look at the work of our students and the effort and the thoughtfulness that went behind, and hopefully I'll be able to do the program justice by providing you with the information. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. They work for you. There you go. Okay. So first we're going to start with Trenton Designers. So as you know, each summer we try to come up with innovative names to support our rising first graders to sixth grade. It really is to provide enrichment opportunities for our students, but also train the teachers and support the teachers in the areas that they want to kind of expand their professional learning. So at this time is usually the time where I say we're very grateful for our teachers who have taken their time during the summer to train and also prepare the program. Also for the supervisors to be there to support and kind of secure those documentation and resources for the program. So I swear I pressed forward. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so there's a lot of writing in there. I'm just going to give you an overview of that. So the goal really is under the student achievement goal. We want to be able to provide our students with access of opportunities, different experiences, expose them to everyday real world problems. So teaching and learning department has really been focusing on the idea of project-based learning. PBL is what we call them. So what that is we think about an issue or problem that exists in our real world, we present it to the students, and we provide them with the resources that are culminating from different content areas. So you're talking about language arts, math, social studies, science, and even VPA this summer had a really big role in that program. After the students are exposed to these kind of resources, they read up on it, and they feel really confident in what they want to do to resolve or solve that problem. So what you see in front of you or on the side of the wall are students kind of their thoughts and their plans to address, park or playground planning, as well as water conservations and so on and so forth. So I'll just kind of walk you through that. The other piece is really prioritizing the NJSLS, which we know as New Jersey Student Learning Standards. As we know, language arts and math has received a major revision over the last school year. Language arts is mandated to be instituted starting September 1st. Supervisors have been working really hard, and teachers have been working really hard during their summertime to get that done. Math, we just received a waiver from the state to institute that starting September of next school year. So we'll continue to work hard to align our programming with that. The other piece is really talking about the inquiry design model. So what that means is asking questions to really think about how we solve these issues at hand. What information do we know, and how can we go deeper to be really able to talk about problems and also solutions. And also we talk about language development. As you know, we continue to offer bilingual programming for the summer as well for our multilingual student population. I'm going to go against what I feel is right and go backwards. So here is the information, just general overview. So the program itself took about 12 days throughout the month, mostly of July. It started with days prior to this program being offered for teachers to be trained. Because we're really working on PBL, which seems to be a little bit of a newer way to approach, and the way that we're approaching it anyway, We spend time to equip our teachers, train our teachers, and also provide them with resources at Mott and Kilmer. Project-based learning. So again, there's a description of project-based learning, just basically what I shared with you. We go through the GRASP model, so that's an acronym, goal, role, audience, scenario, products, and standards. So when we walk through the project-based learning experiences, we always prioritize those kind of letters or those components of project-based. Rising first grade to third grade, the students so all students went to Mercer County Park as part of the field trip. We try to provide our students with real-world experiences, take them outside of Trenton Public Schools, and kind of get them to experience what is out there. Rising grades first to third grade, they identified park elements required for a successful community park design. So you see the park designs, some of them are really elaborate. And they really they worked on PBL models that address how do we shape our environment. So how do we capitalize on our environment to protect it, to be able to use it, to be able to play, and to be able to enjoy. Rising fourth and sixth graders, they went to the same location, Mercer County Park, but they were really focused on water collection system and answered the question on what is the cost of water. So how do we conserve water and how can we take part in that? So the last water barrel looking thing that you have over there, that is one example of the project that we were able to save. Some pictures that we're sharing with you. Whenever we went to the park or when we take trips, we try to organize it so it's sort of like a structured and unstructured learning environment. You get some information from the experts in the field, and then students have an opportunity to play and gather information. And these are video walkthroughs, but it's basically these. So you can kind of walk through. And you can see just the creativity our students have with resources. I mean, I was just floored. I was not here during the implementation of the program, but even just things like trees, how they represent trees and how they represent themselves. The last one has little pictures of our students' faces on little game board pegs, so they're playing basketball and they're playing baseball together. So it's quite a project, and we're very proud of our students and the work that we were able to accomplish during that time. Okay. This is not my friend today. Okay. The next program that I'm going to present to you is the AP Summer Camp Overview. So for the last couple of years, the T&L department has been really focused on just various student support. And part of that is talking about what do we do with students who need enrichment? What do we do with students who need that advanced courses? Are we preparing our students? Are we able to secure resources? Do we have pathways that are streamlined? So as a result of that conversation, we were able to institute our first year of AP camp for teachers and students. What that looked like was a 2-week program, 1 week for teacher training, and then the second week for the students to be welcome, who have desire to take AP classes, have been enrolled in AP classes, focusing on overview, like overall general kind of collective strategies that are identified by College Board, which you know is the creator and institutor of the AP exams, what they prioritize to be important skills. So what they did was they really tried to increase our capacity as a whole district, try to increase student preparedness, and develop a pipeline. Okay, so the goal was really thinking about the foundational skills, as I said. And what they did was they focused on the supervisors and the teachers, focused on PBLs. Again, so really capitalizing on the idea of what are some real-world issues that are at hand, and how do we gather information from the curricular resources that we're able to get from, in this case, College Board and other articles, secondary and primary articles, and be able to create a project that's going to solve the issue at hand, right? So we're no longer just obtaining information and outputting it through exams. It's the experiences that we're creating for our students, okay? Just giving you an overview of the training that the teachers received. We have the UBD Planning, Understanding by Design, PBL Focus. Some pictures of our summer camp, teachers and students. Going through some examples, this is an example of English Literature PBL, so this is an AP coursework. What students were asked to do was really, as a music publicist, your job is to sell or promote your artist's #1 hit song in order to bolster their new album to stardom. So they were able to kind of go through the resources and address the standard. At the bottom, you can see the standard calls for students to be able to develop textually substantiated arguments about interpretation of part or all texts. So this is sort of like the way that we were able to present, AP materials to our students. It sounds like they were very, very excited and they were motivated to participate. There were some performances, some examples of students working with one another, creating work, note-taking, just working really hard to create. This is another example, Art History PBL. And this time, they were tasked to create a museum press release identifying new discovered work of art, contextualizing it in a current collection of art. So they actually wore the hat of being a curator. What is it like to be a curator? What processes do you have to take? What resources do you need to have? And what do you need to know to even start that process? Some examples. So this is the process. We have the visual analysis skills, formative assessments that were there, attribution of artwork, and museum curator PBL. So there were just scaffolded information and stages that our teachers were able to take our students to kind of introduce that experience, right? Expose them to the experience of, so that there's motivation there when they're able to take AP, or if they're, if they weren't interested, now they are, to increase their motivation rather. AP Calculus, another example. I am going to just kind of, I know I hate doing this, but I want to just revisit this slide because this captures the summer camp student participants and teachers, right? We have average of 13 students per day. It is really small. We anticipated for it to be smaller just because it was the first year we're instituting it. We're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. We're also running this at the same time as credit recovery and other summer programs that are being had at the high school level. We had students who were expressing interest in attending one or more AP courses during the summer, and 78% stated they would participate again in the future, which we thought was pretty promising. And you got some pluses and delta. What we try to do in teaching and learning after each meeting, we try to identify what went well, what could go better, what could have gone better. So it looks like they had the pluses and delta. They had some really identifiable attributes, easier than thought, so students thought it was easier than they thought it was going to be. Work was easy, which is good. The length of the day, students really appreciated that. Some of the deltas that you see is the day was too short, which means that they were having fun. We'd like to think. They want trips and things like that. So I think that's, yep. So that just captures the two programs that we were able to institute from Teaching and Learning Department. I'm now going to hand over this very thin remote to my colleague. Yes, it's very...
Okay. Good evening. The presentation we've all been waiting for, summer school. Summer school, the location is at Trenton Central High School. It is for all three campuses, Tanga, Capital City High School, and Trenton Central High School. The theme is begin again, because sometimes you need to begin again in order to get it right the second time around. Summer school provides students with an opportunity to retake courses, earn credit to stay on track for graduation, and graduate within their cohort's time frame. This year, there were a total of 313 students registered. 66 of those students were registered from 9th grade academy. This is very important because we want to make sure that as students are entering into 10th grade, that they are earning and or recouping as many credits as possible so that they are coming into high school being in good standing for 10th grade and above. 61 students were registered from daylight twilight. We're only calling that because it's really supposed to be Capital City High School. We had students from all grade levels participating from daylight twilight, and 183 students who were registered from Trenton Central High School, again, the 10th through 12th grade level. The total number of summer school graduates, we had 16 students who were able to meet their graduation requirements through summer school at Trenton High School and 22 at Capital City High School, which adds 38 more students into our total class of 2024 graduation cohort count. So that's great. Yay. All right. This next part I'm really excited to present. Usually at the high school level in the summer, we focus on remediation, which is our summer school program. This is the first year that we really focused on enrichment and acceleration in addition to remediation. We implemented a high school summer dual enrollment program. The development of this summer dual enrollment program came about as many conversations about how do we reduce the opportunity gap for our students taking college credit while they're still in high school. So we had a couple of goals. Goal one was to make sure that dual enrollment courses are offered to students at all of the 3 high schools. Next year, or in a couple weeks from now, they will be offered at all 3 schools. We then started to talk about how we could engage students in the college process during the summer and to see if there would even be an interest. I need to say right out, we had a phenomenal working group that worked the whole year about dual enrollment, from the administrators and teachers from the different high schools. And then we had our staff who were hired for the dual enrollment summer program. So we have Dr. Van Coley, who's in the audience. We have Mr. Wallace, who's one of our guidance counselors, and 2 of our teachers, Ms. Tard, who's a teacher at Tanga, and Dr. Stevens, who is a teacher at Capital City High School. When I tell you the dream team, in order to make this come to life, I was just like, yes. So, whatever you have, because they basically took the ball, took the ball and ran across the goal post. It's football season, Mr. Earl. Made it across the goal. You got it, right. So our partners for summer dual enrollment were Mercer County College and the College of New Jersey. We had 4 courses that were offered. At the College of New Jersey, we were able to offer social justice with a professor from the College of New Jersey who came to Trenton High School every single day and taught our students social justice. I will tell you, this is a teacher who actually taught last school year at Trenton High School. The class is social justice. It's one of those classes, Brother Gene, you just want to go and sit in the back of the class and just be like, this is some great conversation that's happening. For the very first time in any school in the state of New Jersey, Mercer County College allowed our ESL students the opportunity to take college courses for credit while they were still in high school. So our students were able to take, yes, definitely. Our ESL students had the opportunity to take ESL 062. You'll see it's Speech Concepts 2 because many of them were able to test out of ESL Speech Concepts 1, which is ESL 061. So we were really excited about that. We then offered a class called College Success and Wellness, and in keeping with trying to reduce the opportunity gap, we also were able to create the College Success and Wellness class with ESL support. Again, this is the first time that Mercer County has allowed one of their traditional classes to be provided to students who are ESL with that ESL support. So just like on their transcript, it will say College Success and Wellness, and it will be the exact same class that were offered to the general education students because it is the same coursework, just giving them the support that they need. Of our summer dual enrollment program, we have had our ESL students who represent Haiti, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. We had 24.3% of our students who were registered out of Tanga, so 24% of our students who were rising 10th graders were able to come out this summer and start the 10th grade with college credit. 48.6% out of Trenton High School and 27%, which is 10 students at Capital City High School. So a total of 37 students participated in the program. The way we structured the courses, it was a 6-week program, and students had the ability to register for 2 courses. So the first course ran from 8 a.m. until 10:40 a.m. The second course ran from 10:45 a.m. until 1:25 p.m. And so students who were committed were able to take those 2 courses, but if your schedule didn't allow, you were able to come in and only take 1 course. Students in each class, we had 12 students who finished and passed social justice and will receive the College of New Jersey credit for social justice. 9 students who were ESL, 16 for college success and wellness, and 7 college success and wellness with ESL support. The advantages: students have their first interaction with college professors while in the comfort of their school. Students have the chance to boost their GPA and receive college credit. Dual enrollment classes carry the same weight as an honors class, and so it is going to be a weighted credit for those students. And they're able to produce challenging work. And this is just one testimonial from a student who took social justice and college success and wellness. And why? So research has shown that there is an overwhelming gap in understanding how minority students engage in dual enrollment programs. There are limited opportunities for Black and brown students to benefit from these advantages in comparison to students from predominantly white or Asian schools. This program provided equity to our students, for all students. What I don't have on here, I do want to add, is that we also had 3 students who have IEPs that participated and successfully passed classes during our summer dual enrollment program. I want to thank and give a huge shout out to the College of New Jersey and Mercer County Community College. This is just our very first step. We are looking at expanding our dual enrollment courses even more for the upcoming school years and building on. I know you all are probably sick of hearing from adults, so I have some students from, that's your cue, guys, from our summer dual enrollment. We had our end of the year ceremony last week or so, and they gave some speeches. So I'm going to have Dejane, Adrian, Sanjay, come on up. All 3 of yes. So Dejane, Adrian,
Hi. So my name is Sanjay Baylor Reeves. I'm a senior, well, I'm gonna be a senior at Trenton Central High School. I'm in visual performing arts community. I just wanted to share with you all how incredibly thankful I am to all those who made this opportunity possible for my peers and I. An opportunity which presented us all with experience, friendship, and a level of preparation for college, and many other valuable lessons that will be extremely helpful for us in the foreseeable future. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
A marvelous good afternoon to all. My name is Dejane Russell, and I was a part of the dual enrollment program. I just recently moved here from Jamaica, and I now attend the Capital City High. I'll be reading my closing speech for the program for you all. Okay, let me go. When I found out about this program, I had no choice but to join it. I've never had an opportunity like this presented to me, especially with it being free of cost. With being a part of these college classes, I got a first-hand experience in what college is really like. This relates to aspects such as different forms of submitting my work, learning different writing skills, how to analyze and interpret information, how to succeed in college, and the importance of taking care of myself. I had a great time in both my classes. My professors were very helpful and friendly. They made it their priority to explain in detail how to accomplish a task, and I will forever be grateful for that. However, they told me that not all professors will be like this, and as a result, and as a result of that, I need to be prepared in order to accept that difference. Over the 5 weeks, I've made amazing friends that share similar mindsets as me, and I couldn't have done it without being a part of the program. So, of course, if given the chance to, I definitely do it again. Yes. We finished the race by sacrificing our summer, not giving up when the pressure started in getting our work done, and really and truly just the mere fact of getting out of our beds so early in the morning. I think what kept most of us going was the fact that this will help with our future careers and just proving to ourselves that we're strong enough to get college work done in high school. We fought the good fight and we finished the race that we started, and so I thank you once more for this opportunity.
Principal, good evening, everyone. For me, it's a pleasure to be here today to be able to talk a little bit about my history and tell you about my experience in the dual enrollment course. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Adrian Monterroso. I'm 18 years old. I'm Nicaraguan and Guatemalan. I arrived in the United States when I was 16 years old without knowing how to speak English, facing many difficulties based on the language barrier. For example, when I started going to high school, it was very difficult for me to be able to ask for help or understand my teachers and classmates, but clearly it was nothing more than an obstacle and a reason to be able to make an effort and learn something new. In this case, a new language. I start practicing with the most basic listen music, reading, learning in class, and practicing with people who have English as their native language. Little by little, I was advancing and losing shame at the time of speaking, and I was quickly learning and adapting the language. Realizing that with effort and discipline can we begin to make a change and start doing something that we thought was very difficult. Today, nowadays I consider that my level in English is good, but I know that I have a lot to learn. I'm lucky to be able to study in a capital city where I have found very good teachers and classmates, you can see it here, who have left me very important teachings. I also want to mention that I had the pleasure of being recommended in the dual enrollment course where I could continue learning and meeting very good people. I want to thank my teacher, Ms. Beneditar, she's not here, who was the person in charge of teaching us and preparing us with a lot of passion and effort. In my opinion and experience was a course where a lot of knowledge and learning could be collected in a creative way. I'm really happy to have taken this course since it will most likely open many doors for me in the future, academically speaking, but I also know that it will help me in my life, I would say, since it prepares me to move forward as in college, work, and other activities, knowing that little by little I'm adapting to this new culture and learning more about my second language. Finally, I just want to thank everyone here for here, and also, hold on. Thanks my teachers and the dual enrollment members for supporting and helping each of his children, and I wish them success in everything and an excellent day. Thank you for everything.
And Dr. Van Coley is going to say a few words, and then can I open it up for questions before the
Yeah,
last
could we
group
ask
goes?
them questions, the
Yes,
students?
absolutely.
Okay, great.
This is Dr. Van Coley, and then we'll open it for questions.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to do this. Ms. Grant, Superintendent Earl, everyone on the board, thank you, because this was something we talked about in meetings, and I was like, okay, let's see how it went, and to be the facilitator and to see the great things come from these students, it blows my mind every day that I get to work with these awesome kids, and these two are mine from Capital City, but now they're all mine. So And what they said was true. Like, they really were able to find friends. I know Dejanay said that when she came, she didn't really know who to hang out with, or she was trying to find friend groups, but now they're all like 37 brothers and sisters. So it's really great to find like-minded people. And I just want to say the students were so dedicated. We had a no days off policy. You know, we're like, this is college. Like, we really drilled it into their minds, like, this is college. You might be in your high school building, but this is college. So let's treat it as such. And they came. They were very attentive. They took notes. You know, it stretched them. As you saw, like, one of the testimonials said, it stretched them, but in such a beautiful way. I never would have expected Adrian to get up here and speak, but he actually volunteered. And so to me, that was just like seeing kids come out of their shell and blossom. And yeah. And so if we can do something like that in just 6 weeks, you can imagine if we put this program forward and what we can see in a whole semester, in a whole school year. And I also want to add that the students took so much ownership of this process that, you know, they knew what classes they were taking, but also how did this apply to them graduating? You know, they took advantage of the fact that we had a guidance counselor there, and they spoke to him and said, can we see our transcripts? How many classes do we need? What does this add up to? If I want to go to college outside of New Jersey, how does this transfer over to another school? So they were really passionate about making sure that their time was spent wisely, and it was. You know, you guys didn't waste your time, right? No, okay, thank you. I'll pay you later. No. But I think it was just a great opportunity for all of us. The dream team, I can't thank the staff enough, Professor Tard, Professor Stevens, Professor Rios from TCNJ, and also Mr. Wallace, guidance counselor. It was such an opportunity to just see all these beautiful things come from these kids. The work they produced, the social justice class, I was like, I gotta get out of here. It's getting really heated. The debates were so powerful. But I think these kids are truly changed from this experience. And I just can't wait to see what's coming next. We have some more college classes, like you said, Ms. Grant, in the fall and in the spring. And for the ESL students, for me, I teach ESL at Mercer, and I also teach Spanish. And so seeing them be able to start this process now and know how much further ahead they'll be when they graduate, you know, a lot of them said, I might graduate with a whole semester of college done, or a whole year of college done. You know, and that puts in their mindset that you can be college students. I know a lot of my students, like Adrienne, like, you know, I lived in Central America, so I know, and sorry I'm rambling, I'm just really passionate right now. College is not on the forefront of their minds, right? You go to school, you finish 6th grade, you do what you can, you start working. But you come here and it's like, here's a brand new opportunity where you can go to college. You can be that first gen. And so to see all of our students like take that and run with it and be excited about it. I'm so passionate about it. I love this. I never thought I would be here in this position doing dual enrollment, but I love it. I never got a chance to do this when I was in high school, so you guys are so fortunate. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna walk away now. Thank you.
Could I ask? I want to ask the students a question. First of all, I want to commend the three of you for getting up really early, right? Really early in the summertime to attend this program. But, you know, now you know what an amazing program it is, but you didn't know when you enrolled, right? So from your point of view, what could we do as a district next year with rising seniors to get them excited and interested and wanting to enroll in this program? And the second part is, would you guys maybe be willing to help us do that and be mentors? So that's my question to you guys.
I'll go first. So I think I'm a part of Gen Z, and I'm going to say I know how most of us think. As students or children who, I'm going to say most of our parents don't really accept what we have to say, I think putting out that this will help to break generational curses over our lives, that we can be successful and that we can be college graduates, will definitely motivate a lot of students, because they're like, hey, I have to help my mom, so I have to go to somewhere else like trade school, you know, focus on getting the money or the bread. Actually telling them that, hey, education is a vaccination to a good life will definitely motivate them. And of course, I definitely advocate and be an ambassador for this program, because I can see what it has done for me. I'm now educated on a lot of topics that I did not know, especially moving from a third world country, which is Jamaica. So yeah, Thank you.
Hi, again. Hello. I think a way to like help this program or expand this program would be more advertisement. I don't think a lot of people really knew about the program, and I think probably more teachers, because I don't think there was even enough for any more students if more students did know about the program. So I think there is just like a lot of students like interested in the program, like even without like an expansion or like any like differences being made in the program, it just needs to like be more room, like more room, more space for them to be able to take the class. Because I know like I wanted to take 2 classes for sure, but I thought I was gonna just take one because one of the classes wasn't like, it didn't have enough room, but then some students didn't take the class, so I was able to take it, and I was really like happy, really excited about that. So yeah, I think just like the space and the advertisement, like making sure more students know, because like there's a lot of programs, like even the programs where they did that right there, the other summer programs, like I didn't know anything about those. So I think there just needs to be a lot more advertisement with a lot of programs and things that you guys offer to the students. Yeah.
I just want to say I can't find the words to explain it, but I like to do it like bigger, because I know a lot of students wants to have that kind of classes, but they don't know about it, or they can found who can help and you know introduce to this kind of things. So yeah, do it like bigger, huh? No, I think you got my idea, right? So yeah, that's what I want to say. Oh, thank you.
I just want to say congratulations, felicidades. I can't stop smiling. I'm so happy for you. I want to thank Superintendent's team for working this out. It's a new program that's being rolled out. You guys were the pioneers, all the pioneers of the program. And definitely, most definitely next year, we will see a bigger program with more students participating. I think that as time has gone by, the culture and the climate in our schools, and thank goodness with our superintendent and our teachers, have been helping a lot to make this all possible. I always say that we have great students in Trenton. I don't care what anybody else says. We have great students, and I am happy to know that we are the first, again, we're breaking ground here, we are the first district in New Jersey to, in Mercer College, to have ESL students participate in the dual enrollment. So thank you guys, thank you very much. Just, what was that?
Oh, extended school year.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Good evening. I have the pleasure of presenting for the extended school year in 2024, ESY. So the major reason, the why do we have ESY? It really is to make sure that we prevent our students with IEPs, our most severe students, to really not have that summer slide, to make sure that they do not slide, that they cannot recoup any of that academic progress during the school year. So this year we made sure that our strategic plan, the 5 goals that we have that are ESY aligned to that under these components. This year's theme was the Summer Olympics in Paris. So the students were extremely excited. They were able to, you'll see later in the presentation, but they were able to team up, make countries, and compete in a friendly way during the school year, or during the summer, excuse me. This year, after the special education department constantly tries to get feedback from the parents, especially for ESY, in terms of why is it that so many of our families who are eligible for ESY do not take advantage of the opportunity. So some of those were because it was too long, so we made sure that we did it in 4 weeks this year, right? So it's 20 days, but instead of doing it 3 days a week, we combined it and made sure that we had it 5 days a week. Also the hours, sometimes the hours were shortened, maybe only from 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, so we made sure to extend the actual day as well, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., as well as having a couple of visits from the Trenton Police Department, as well as the Trenton Fire Department. So we made sure to have it a little bit more fun as well. The district staff comprised of 23 classroom teachers, 2 substitutes, 28 paraprofessionals. We also had related service providers, so we had our occupational therapists, our physical therapists, our speech therapists, as well as 2 special area teachers. So we are very proud to say that we do offer specials. In this case, we had physical education and art as well. Not a lot of districts do offer specials during the ESY. We were able to do so. Of course, 1 nurse and 1 teacher leader as well. We were able to provide one-to-one aid support as well as behavioral support staff in the program as well. The student attendance, again, in terms of eligibility, we had 614 students who are eligible for ESY. We received 243 as yes, and we averaged about 187, 188 students, with the high being, I think, almost 200. I think it was in the high 190s. So some of the things that we went through, some foundational reading skills. We involved our staff in instructional strategies, different levels of prompting. We made sure to engage our families as well, so regular communication with the families during the program. What we let our families know as well is, at any point during ESY, if they would like to participate, for instance, just because they couldn't make the first week does not mean that they got closed out. They could come in during the 2nd, 3rd, even the 4th week, just as long as they sent our students. So we made sure to continuously contact our families, especially the ones that did not show up, to let them know that that opportunity was always available. Here are some more pictures as well with our students. What you see down here is the presentation. This was August 1st when we had our families come in and our students presented to the families. They had a procession down the hallways where also then our families went into the rooms of their students, where the students then further presented on their countries along the theme of the Olympics again. Again, some more pictures and some community engagement. This is some pictures of our Trenton Police Department that came in and met the students, and we also had the fire department, so you see some of our students here really enjoying it. I don't know whether they preferred the police or the fire department. We'll send out a survey next year and find out. We made sure that we were developing the whole child. Right, so it wasn't just about the academic part. We had sensory rooms. We made sure we had adaptive PE, art. We prioritized student engagement, and all our related services were push-in. Push-in means that they went into the classroom. We did not at any point pull out any of our students for those related services. That helps in many ways, not only for the students, other students benefit from it, our teachers benefit from also from having our related service providers inside the classroom. Our staff is extremely valued. We made sure that they had fun as well. It's not easy to give up 4 weeks of your summer. I know they are paid, but it's their summer. So to have them come in, we always appreciate everything that they do for our students. We're facilities and infrastructure, so number of buses needed. We did have 8 buses this year. Working with the transportation department, it really went smooth. And usually ESY, it's very tough to get our students. These are students that are coming from different classrooms. They have a new environment, a new bus, a new aide, new students. So it is tough the first few days for those students to get used to everything. And you see a lot of what we call transitional behaviors. So a lot of crying, a lot of screaming. And thanks to the Department of Transportation and the Special Education Department under the leadership of Mr. Gutierrez, we were able to have a very, very smooth transition to ESY. Bus students, we had 153 students that were bused, and 58 on average every day were dropped off by their parents. This is just something in terms of we made sure that our teachers and all of our staff were paid through Edgemont, it was piloted this summer, it went very well as well. And some more pictures of our students. Again, I thought the theme was perfect this year in terms of the Olympics, and so we had an opening ceremony, and we also had a closing ceremony at the end as well. So, any questions?
So I don't know if it's specific for ESY or the total package, but it seems like a lot more children participated in our summer programs this year than last year. Does anyone have that number? No?
No, I don't know that we have the number. What we did do, when you think about dual enrollment, ESY plus designers, and there were several middle school programs that took place with Mercer Street Friends.
Okay.
So a variety of programs which helps when a student may not be interested in one area. We want them here.
Yes.
We want them engaged, and we know it's healthy in the summer when they're engaged in something they have high interest in. So we know that there are a lot more children, and as we do this, we think every year about how we can, how can we make learning fun?
Yes.
And so we'll see high numbers, but we have to think about the platform. What are they coming to?
Yeah.
And it's no longer just in a classroom.
Okay.
The teachers have been amazing by being creative with our teams of administrators, thinking about how we can excite them to be in this space.
Yeah.
And so we're hopeful to do that every summer.
Okay,
and see numbers grow. So
that's outstanding. I think having a pathway for our students to stay connected during the summer,
yep,
right, helps them when school starts in September. They haven't lost that invigoration or whatever. So really, nice job. Thanks.
I have a question. Did you notice any patterns of attendance? Was attendance better during the summer than it was?
In terms of ESY from last year to this one, so
just in general versus the normal school year. I know we have a high absentee rate. Did you see that during the summer program?
So for ESY, the students that did tend to attend the entire ESY with a couple days.
And every day?
Correct. Okay. So we had a higher rate of that, but our challenge will always be to make sure that our parents understand to take advantage of this, service. So a lot of times we do notice that our parents want to keep our kids home. They want to have them at home, and then because it's a service that they see as extra or voluntary or just not part of the school year, that we struggle with trying to get that, getting the parents to understand that just because it's free and just because it's additional doesn't mean that you should withhold your student or have them at home. So that is our continual struggle there,
Yeah.
but we continue to speak to the parents.
But
and let
once
them
you get
know.
them there, they're there.
Correct, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
But we did have more families participate this year than last,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. I think that as the word spreads that it is a much better program than it was, that families will want to continue to send their children to SY. So kudos, thank you. And I also wanted to say something. It made me so happy to know that we had a couple of special ed students also participate in the dual enrollment program. So good for you guys. I'm really glad. Yes.
Just a quick note, we introduced a few minutes ago and recognized our County Teacher of the Year. At that time, she was not in the room. However, she has graced us with her presence, and we want to recognize her and just want to ask Ms. Hamlet to stand. Thank you so much, and as I shared with everyone here, we will be celebrating you and with you in the coming days when your colleagues return over in your space and likely again in our space. So thank you for coming this evening, and congratulations.
And I have to second that. Congratulations, Ms. Hamlet. We're really proud of you. So happy. Thank you. At this time, we will now move on to our committee reports. So I'll start over on my right-hand side with Austin.
Good evening, everyone. Speaking specifically about the human resources report that you guys have in front of you, since we're in a mood of celebration, I know we have I think it was said to us in the middle of the HR meeting that we have about 180 new hires that are coming into the district if we approve them in today, which is absolutely amazing stuff, right? You can see like all of these positions that are open across the board, whether it's, you know, not just custodian, not just bus drivers, but teachers, paraprofessionals, right? Administrative staff, right? Everyone in every part of the district, right, from top to bottom, can be a part of the great work that we're doing here. We went through this amazing presentation of different positions like staff members, teachers, right? This is what the work looks like when we hire in great people into our district. So just wanted to specifically bring that to light as we're going through the HR report today. Everything else is fairly about the same as we have in other reports. I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom because we have, speaking of schools that we work with, right? We also have plenty of student interns, right? Coming from TC&J, right? And I think it's at least 3-4 pages long of just student interns who are helping out. We're giving them training to work in education as well. They're going to be working with our kids. I think that's amazing as well. So very proud of the work that we're doing. Very proud of the HR committee. Just want to shout you guys out. Hopefully we can get a few Howard kids in here for some student interns. All right, just listen, shameless plug, shameless plug. But yeah, just wanted to highlight the great work that we have going on.
Thank you. Oh boy, I'm having one of these moments. No, yes, facilities. Jeannie.
The Facilities Committee met last week, and we went over ongoing projects throughout the summer, and we also discussed the mission statement for the Facilities Committee, which we all presented. I'm happy to say that the demolition of MLK has begun and is in the works and should be finished and wrapped up in a couple months. Ongoing window replacements and air conditioning upgrades to make sure that all the facilities are air conditioned. They're now moving on to the general spaces within the schools. All the classrooms are air conditioned. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Move on to Addie.
So, good evening. The Curriculum Committee met last week on Tuesday, the 13th, and we reviewed the agenda items in draft form. And of course, being August and not having actually met in July, the agenda was extensive. These are some of the highlights. that there was programming for AM/PM monitoring programs for different schools. There was evidence of professional development programming for the upcoming school year. There's continued partnerships with community organizations and also with other educational institutions. There's evidence of social emotional learning. The dual programming enrollment was highlighted. We talked about programming at the twilight programming for adult students, and also we discussed the curriculum revisions that had been completed over the summer. And I'd just like to say, when you look at that long list of items on the agenda, but then when you have the opportunity to see the fruits of the programming, like here live and in person, to see the work that the students did in the programs and to hear from the students in the program, it makes it come alive, right? Because you just read paper and you go, okay, yeah, let's approve that, let's approve that. They ask a couple questions, but to see how it impacts the students, that really makes a difference. And so, so happy to see that those things kind of jump off the paper and live and actually benefit our students. So again, an extensive agenda with those highlights that we're actually planning things for this upcoming school year. And also in terms of special ed programming, we did discuss that at the curriculum meeting. And we talked about the students who were engaged in the program that you just heard about. We also talked about the fact that the program was thematic in terms of it was focused on the Olympics, again, which you heard earlier. We talked about ongoing evaluations that took place over the summer. There were a number of referrals over the summer, and the majority, or more than half of them, have been completed. And so that's a good thing. I believe it was over 200 that were actually processed, and again, more than half have been completed up until this particular point. We also talked about continuing to focus on adding additional programs so that our students can be serviced within the district. So that was a focus of the discussion as well. And so that was the summary of the curriculum and the Special Needs Committee.
I guess me, right? Okay, good. So we met this week when we talked about the Secretary's report, Treasurer's report, staff travel, and the bill list, and that amount for June 28th, 7/15, and 7/31 was $34,583,000, which is a lot of money, which leads me to a point that we also discussed about transfers. And the importance of processes. So in order for us to ensure that vendors are paid on time, we need to complete the process loop. And so what that means is that as shipments come from, let's say, the central office places, in order for a school, someone at that school needs to sign for that, because without that signature, we can't pay the bill. And subsequently, that forces transfers, or it could even be impactful for an audit because you don't have the closed loop. So we had some conversation about improving those processes, which was very good to talk about. And then lastly, we talked about donations, and there's a significant number of donations, and so I would like to read them off as I typically do. Joseph LeBou Scholarship, $9,330.37. Trenton Central High School, it was book awards. Catholic Charities, Adidas book packs. The total number was $22,500. Family and community engagement. Shine and Inspire backpacks, $2,000. Family and community engagement. Taiho Oncology Group backpacks and notebooks, $10,000. Family and community engagement. Bank of America, 150 backpacks, $2,250. Family and community engagement. St. Annis Church, 200 book bags, $3,000. Family and community engagement. And Church and Dwight Company Incorporated, 1,000 mouthwash, toothbrush, deodorant, and vitamins, $7,500. Let's give those folks a round of applause for supporting our children. And it might be a little early here, but I'm kind of excited about it. So I just want to say my appreciation to the New Jersey school boards and the superintendent, because this is the first year since we started doing our work around goals where schools don't open till next month, and our goals, district goals, are finished. So kudos to you, Superintendent. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. We will move on to old business. Last board meeting, June 24, 2024, we had the following people present concerns from Washington School. The names of these people are Tanya Connors, Krista Gargano, Alfreda Wilson, Ayana LaFleur, Tiffany Halton, Denise Walls, Jocelyn Vides, Lillian Gomez, Lidia Narvaez Brana, Clara Mayorga. They all spoke about concerns they had with the leadership over at Washington School, and our response for all these concerns is the following. An investigation has been opened and in the process of being completed. District does not comment on open investigations. We also had Judy Martinez share complaints regarding human resources hiring candidates on the spot without testing, and about the abolishment of positions and pay. She feels that complaints about administrators and situations within the district are not being acknowledged. Response from the administration is, administration have and will continue to meet with TESA unit on any problems or concerns to come to a resolution. We also had Marisol Tirado inquiring about the abolishment of the secretary position in early childhood. She explained that the secretary plays an important role in registering students and is requesting that the abolishment, or was requesting that the abolishment be withdrawn. Response was, the Office of Early Childhood is staffed according to preschool guidance. For district-wide support, secretarial/clerical assistants are recommended at a rate of 2 for districts with up to 2 supervisors. And lastly, we also had Armando Chiarello from Local 6236 stating that 4 custodians would be terminated for not obtaining their boiler license. He was requesting for an additional 6 months to obtain their license, as it is not easy to obtain. Response, Article 6, probationary period. All new employees must have a boiler license as a requirement for the position. All current employees, as of the date of ratification by both parties, must also have a fireman's or boiler's license. If a current employee does not pass the test to obtain a license within 12 months of the ratification of the agreement, he or she will have an additional 6 months to obtain a boiler's license, after which time he or she will have an additional 6 months to obtain a boiler's license, after which time he/she will be dismissed. The district has allowed up to 18 to 20 months in the majority of the cases. We also had Bruce Boyd. Okay, this was not a concern. We had Talithia Duncan remind the board how they brought up concerns regarding Ms. Ingram in the past and wanted to have a vote of no confidence. They were told to allow her to improve. She said Ms. Ingram has issues with parents, CEA, and the secretary, and feels other individuals should be provided with the same grace as Ms. Ingram. She asked the board to listen to the stakeholders that have provided documentation, screenshots, and phone messages regarding Ms. Ingram's behavior. She thanked the board, business, and accounting office for processing the retro checks on time and correctly. In response, an investigation has been opened and in the process of being completed. District does not comment on open investigations. At this time, we will have public participation. And I just want to read our advisory for all. The Trenton Public School District welcomes the attendance and comments from all members of the public at its meetings. This public comment period is your time to be heard on any school or school district issue that a member of the public may feel is of concern to the residents of the school district. Each person who signed up will comment, Each person who signed up to comment will have 5 minutes. You will be notified when your 5 minutes are up. You cannot yield your time to another person. When it is your turn to speak, please address all your comments to the board president. Please conduct yourselves in a respectful and courteous manner. For anyone whose comments or actions either harass, intimidate, or threaten the safety of any person, we will provide you with a warning or immediately end your comment time. Also, if you curse, use vulgar language, or make personal attacks, we will provide you with a warning or end your comment time. Comments that adhere to these guidelines will not be interrupted. If you have any questions, please ask your questions during your 5-minute comment period. After the public comment period is closed, the board, superintendent, or designee will address your questions to the extent provided by the law. We also ask that members of the public not interrupt the speaker during their public comment time. At this time, I ask that Dr. Marilyn Pendleton please come up.
Oh, okay.
There you got it.
It is on now. I was a cheerleader, but you know. It is my honor to come here and meet with you and speak with you. I am founder and CEO of Your Voice Heard LLC, where we improve mental health and well-being in schools, communities, and businesses. Our focus is educating and equipping schools, communities, and businesses with the tools to help them recover from grief. Now, here's trauma. You've heard a lot about trauma. Grief is what lingers. So, I will tell you that I am a former school nurse. I knew everybody's business, I will say. But also as a school district administrator for early childhood. There were so many grieving events in the school community. I worked primarily in a bilingual community. The teachers did not know how to support the students. The parents did not know how to support the students. I relinquished my position at the school district because I wanted to prove and research what I knew in practice. And it was validated, citations from the American Federation for Teachers, the Lancet, which is a global public journal authority, but also the CDC and the World Health Organization. So bereavement or grief or loss is neglected, and there is a need for the teachers to be educated and the parents to know how to support the children. I was very excited when I saw the legislation that grief education is being integrated into 8th to 12th grade. This is very innovative for New Jersey, so I was very excited about that. I am a member of the African American Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey. I am also a registered business here in New Jersey. My dissertation was exploring teacher preparedness, supporting early childhood students who have experienced trauma and other losses. So we know that it impacts them physically, intellectually, emotionally, socially, and spiritually. My desire here is to learn how to become a vendor and provide services. My organization does provide services in person and virtually in English and in Spanish. I do have providers that are Spanish speaking. So I thank you for your time, and do you have any questions for me?
We thank you. We do not have any questions.
Okay.
Someone from administration will reach out to you and speak
Okay.
to you on the process.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask Lorna Walker to please come up.
Good evening, Madam Board President, board members, and Superintendent Earl. My name is Lorna Walker, and I'm representing Howard's Healthy Choices. Howard's Healthy Choices has a 9-week summer program and an after-school program as well. The majority of the kids are from Hedgepath Elementary School. Our summer program is winding down, but I'd like to share a few highlights of the things that we did with the kids this time. Every morning, the kids had math and reading to reduce summer slide. These are 2 of the books that we used as part of the program that were really engaging to them. We also took them on several trips. We had circle time with them. We had a financial literacy component where someone came in and taught them how to start a business. We took them to a working farm. We took them to a farmer's market. They learned nutrition, CPR, and first aid from a nurse who came in to do that part of it. And we took them to Princeton so they could see the campus and learn, just kind of have some exposure to the school. We've brought some of the kids with us tonight so that you can hear firsthand from them some of the experiences that they had over the summer.
I'm sorry, one moment. Normally, when this is public participation, we don't allow it, but because there are kids, I'm going to ask them to come up and share what you have in your heart as quickly as you can. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Board President and board members. My name is AJ Marsh. I go to the summer learning program at Howard's Healthy Choices. I did some great things this summer. I did a business of doing a basketball camp, reading, math, and learning how to make a business, and presented another business like lawn care. I also know that if I do those things, I will be really successful in life. Thank you, board presidents, and board members. I really enjoyed myself and can't wait to go again next summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members, presidents, and board.
We got you, don't worry.
Hello, board president and board members. My name is Zai Asia. I go to the summer learning program at Howard's Healthy Choices. I did some great things this summer. I did reading, math, learning how to make my own business, and learning how to save people. I also learned how to basically be a nurse, whatever, and people say they got hurt, had a head scratching, I fixed it, and we also did a circle for reading. We also help people, and we also do math.
Hello, board president and board members. My name is Aaliyah Shabazz. I go to summer learning program at Howard's Healthy Choices. I did some great things this summer. Miss Howard showed us how to cook some certain things at the camp, and I had really fun doing that, and I hope other people get to experience this.
Hello, board presidents and board members. My name is Allison Sadler. I go to the summer learning program at Howard's Healthy Choices. I did some great things this summer. I did learning how to take care of wounds without any doctor products, and went to Princeton to explore. I really enjoyed myself and can't wait to go again next summer.
Hello, board president and board members. My name is Mylin Horner. I go to the summer learning program at Howard's Healthy Choices. I did some great things this summer. I did reading, math, learning how to build up a business, and learning how to help people when they get hurt. I help them. I really enjoyed myself and can't wait to go again next summer.
Hello, board members. My name is Adonis Cohen, and and I go to the summer school of Miss Howard's Healthy Choices. Today at the school, it was a great day. Even though it was a little bit of a crazy day, it was a great day today. When I first learned about Miss Howard's Healthy Choices, I didn't think it was gonna be that fun till I went. Then, and the day started getting crazier and crazier, and and funnier and funnier. I can't wait to go next year.
Hello, board presidents and board members. My name is Jalen Gibson. I go to the summer learning program at Howard's Healthy Choices. I did some great things this summer. I did soccer, arts and craft. It helped me get better at math and board games and science. I really enjoyed myself, and I can't wait to go next summer.
Thank you so much. I think they deserve more of a clap. Thank you so much. I can't stop smiling. It makes me so happy to see how we have stakeholders that really take our children. And I know I'm not supposed to be commenting. I'm going to stop right now. But I am going to ask board secretary, when we do the public participation, if we can kind of separate those that are like vendors and presentations from the concerns so that we can properly listen to the people who do have concerns. Luckily today, there's only 4 people who signed up, so we were able to have some latitude and allow the program to go not the way it's supposed to. At this time, I'm going to ask Talithia Duncan to come up.
Good evening. Happy almost back to school. Don't take my lack of enthusiasm as a lack of enthusiasm. I'm just exhausted, but I have a couple concerns. I'm going to start with the minor ones. We still have members that have not been paid since last summer because of the payroll voucher situation. I know some people's payroll has been processed, but I did see an email today from one of my members where they were told they were not being processed under any circumstances. I can forward you the email if you want me to, Jane. Also, we have safety concerns at Cadwallader School. I know you all are aware of the incident that happened with the parent at the end of the school year. Well, the parent is still at large, and so there's a great deal of concern from the members there about the safety of the students as well as the employees located in that building. I believe I forwarded you the email, Mr. Earl. If I did not, I will do that when I go back to my seat. All right. The principal at Mott has begun to bully my members again. So I'm going to ask that Assistant Superintendent Conway look into that. The principal at Copeland School has started to create a divisive climate and culture between the staff members in his building. I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Dr. Conway to look into that. And at Holland Middle School, there's low staff morale. I've spoken about issues multiple times with Assistant Superintendent Grant, with Mr. Earl. I've spoken with the administrator there. The staff there is willing and ready and able to come to the September board meeting to do a vote of no confidence because things have not gotten better. There have been things said on loudspeakers and to children in the courtyard, such as SMD. And if you don't know what SMD is, I will tell you outside of the mic because it's inappropriate. And we thought that things would improve. However, things are not improving. And I have members emailing me and members that are in treatment over the summer because of the anxiety you have about going back into that building with no resolution or improvement. Finally, I'm going to talk about Washington School because you gave an update, Yolanda. So that board meeting was 8 weeks ago. In the 8 weeks since the board meeting, no one has reached out to any of the names that you listed that have come up to the podium to speak about the issues at Washington School. On Friday or Saturday, I believe, one of my reps sent an email to you all as well as the superintendent, and she did receive an email response today. However, I'm curious to know how an investigation is open and being pursued when none of the members who made the complaints have been reached out to. The day after the board meeting, Principal Ingram went into the building and said, ha, 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 you did all that, and I'm still here, and I'm still going to be here in September. Principal Ingram was instructed not to have one of the parents on the property. My members sent the superintendent and all of you a video of that parent on the property for 13 plus minutes speaking with Principal Ingram. And when Assistant Superintendent Conway asked Principal Ingram about it, she lied and said the lady dropped something off and was there for less than 2 minutes, even though we had video footage. At this point, I don't have any faith that this is going to be investigated or consequences dealt with appropriately because I have not seen where anything has been done except today when my rep got a response. Why is it that a principal can come and taunt members and employees and there are no consequences? Those same members are having anxiety, like the members at Holland, about returning to school in September. In fact, while I was sitting in my seat when I arrived, I forwarded you a petition that has 50% of the signatures from the members Tessa, Paris, at Washington School, who do not want Ms. Ingram to return to the building because of what took place at the end of last school year and how there was no response, no reaching out, no investigation from anybody at central office. I am hoping that you will take these concerns seriously and really investigate it because otherwise I assume we will be liable as a district for multiple lawsuits. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, at this time, I just want to say, Ms. Howard, again, we need to fix the glitch on our sign-up. They allowed them to sign up. The rules are, the policy is, you have to sign up before 12 o'clock. If not, you have to come in person to sign up to speak before 4:30. Today, because there were only 3 people signed up, I am going to allow someone who signed up at 12:30 to come and speak. And I'm open about it because really we are, it's the beginning of the year, and I expect this to be fixed for. Okay, so then I want the person to know, and this is another vendor. What's the last name? Miss Timothy, if you could speak to one of our assistant superintendents afterward, they will help you with what you need. Having said that, I am now going to open excuse me. I'm going to open up the mics for board member comments at this time, but not for the discussion of the agenda. That is this is for anything else, but not for the agenda.
Well, I just have one thing. I think that our children did a heck of a job. That is some very creative work over there, and they deserve a round of applause.
They sure do. Thank you.
I just want to take the time to thank James Roll for his years of service with the district. We're going to miss him. And I also want to thank Jose Rodriguez. He's leaving too. This is his last meeting. Thank you.
And we are going to miss them both. Greatly miss them. Any other comments? That being the case, I will now ask for a motion to adopt to pass the consent agenda. I just want to say the process is I get a motion, you guys second it, and then we have the discussion. After we have our discussion, we will then vote on the agenda, okay? So, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Austin Edwards.
Second, Larry Treller.
Roll call? Okay. It is now open for discussion.
Yeah, so there was an addendum that was added today, and it caused me to, actually being the chair of the Operation and Finance Committee, it caused me to send a note to the superintendent, and I would like to share with the board what I found out because I think it's pertinent to our vote on the agenda. And so the addendum is about the acquisition of the Y building that's on Hanover. And so we had discussed this several months ago because it's been on the agenda previously, but I actually thought that it fell apart, but apparently they were still working on it. And so so that my colleagues understand, I asked 3 questions. The first question that I asked was, could I be reminded of the purpose of the acquisition? The second question that I asked was, what was the cost of the acquisition? Because it's all about the money that we spent. And the last question that I asked was around what would it potentially cost to rehab the building? So to answer the question number 1, is the property, big mouth, the space will be used for core curriculum, gym space, possible pool and auditorium, and additional education and administrative space for Capital City High School. In order for Capital City High School to be considered as a comprehensive high school, it needs to have those things. So that's a good purpose, right? So the next question that I asked was how much would the expenditure be to acquire the building? It's $2.6 million. So I did a little investigating and found out that commercial property in downtown Trenton runs from $57 a square foot to $120 a square foot. And so at 54,000 square feet, the value of that building is $3,078,000. Did y'all hear what I just said? We're just doing simple math, right? Okay, so we had experienced with acquiring a commercial property with the 9th grade academy in 2019, I think that was. And we actually spent $20 million cash for the acquisition of that property. And if you look over time, you continue to invest in property, and so it costs you more money, but it brings up the overall value of the property, right? And so from an investment standpoint, it's a good place for us to be in. And so there are multiple steps to this process, and everyone needs to be aware of it. So step number one, the addendum that's on the agenda today, is board approval for the intent to purchase, right? Step number two, the Department of Education application to approve the acquisition of the property. Step number three is an application to approve the capital maintenance project. That's the money to invest to rehab it. Step number four, state officials have to do a walkthrough of the property. And then step number five is full design and assessment of the property. And so my concern was, in asking those first three questions, was does this mean that we're saying we're going to make this purchase just because it's available and because we need it for Capital City High School? And so I just wanted to share that I am comfortable with this acquisition only because we're paying 2.6. It's over $3 million value now, and when we invest in the money, I mean, it's good money spent for a good purpose. So I just wanted to share what I found out in front of everyone so that you could know that we do some due diligence before we spend that money. Thank you.
Before I address my colleagues on the board, I wanted to ask the superintendent, because Gene had said, he used the word intent. In this resolution, there's nothing about intent. It basically says that we approve the purchase. So if you, before I again give my comments, can you tell us exactly what this resolution binds us to?
So, Mr. Roll, I don't know if you can help me explain. You explained it well today as I understand it. So from a legal perspective, just it is about intent to purchase. It doesn't bind us to purchase. It gives us the opportunity to follow those 5 steps and to ensure that that property is compliant with what we would need for an educational space. So in my conversation with Mr. Roll today, I wanted to understand, because I wouldn't be comfortable with us committing to just purchase. I wanted to be comfortable that we have an opportunity to stay in that conversation if it's an opportunity to get that space to improve a growing area for us. We just moved 100 and, I don't know what I think it was 100, we had 188, we moved 120 back to Trenton Central High School because we don't have space in that building, trying to keep that a respectable number for teachers and students so it's comfortable and safe. So, Mr. Roll, if you can just add any legal perspective that may help me out here.
Yeah. So the document that we have that was presented to us by the seller is a letter of intent. And in the letter of intent, it essentially secures some assurances from the board that it intends to purchase the property. But in that letter of intent, it is subject to a 45-day due diligence period. During that due diligence period, we're able to go in, do any tests, make any assessments about needed remediation, needed repairs, anything like that. And if at the end of that 45-day due diligence period, the property is still desirable for us, we will enter into a sales contract, which the board will also have to approve. But if it doesn't, if the due diligence period turns up something that makes us not want the property anymore, we have the ability to back out. So what we're approving now isn't binding in any way. It is just a way to assure the buyer that we're serious about it. But there will be another agreement that you will be asked to, if we move forward, there'll be another agreement which it will be the actual sales contract of the property.
Right. So all those steps that Jean spoke about, I think there were 5 things that you spoke about. Can all those be accomplished in 45 days?
So the 45 days spoke truly to the due diligence in terms of going in, doing testing, have an architect come out, whatever Dwayne's process is from a facility standpoint. And he and I had a really good conversation a couple days ago about whether or not that was enough time, and he assured me that was enough time for him to do his work. In terms of what the DOE needs to do, I don't know too much about that process, but internally, what we need to do to assure that the property is appropriate for us to purchase can be accomplished in 45 days.
So after 45 days, if we find whatever the due diligence is regarding the actual state of the building, are we then bound, even though these outstanding things, the DOE process, a plan, and I'll go through that I think that we're missing, none of that happens in those 45 days? Are we still obligated to buy the building?
No, I want to be clear. No, we're not obligated. If anything comes up in that due diligence period that gives us pause about buying the building, we are not obligated to do it.
But that, right, that includes DOE. We all know how the state moves, how slow it moves. 45 days, it's not going to happen. So if the DOE comes and says, for whatever reason, you can't purchase it, that's after the 45 days. What are we on the hook for?
Nothing. So the DOE tells us we can't purchase the property. We can't purchase it. There is no legal mechanism.
Right, but the agreement is only 45 days. So what happens at the end of those 45 days?
So at the end of those 45 days, we'll be presented with a sales contract. So what we have now isn't a sales contract. We'll be actually given a contract of sale. We would not sign that contract of sale unless the board has approved it, unless the DOE has approved the purchase. All of those things have to happen, and those conditions will be included in that contract for sale. So
Will it be included in the letter of intent?
No. No.
Well, then, how will the seller, what are the conditions for the 45 days? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just concerned that we're going to be on the hook in the eyes of the seller at the end of those 45 days.
Yeah, so the intent of the seller is to try to bind us as much as possible, but I've spoken to the seller personally, and they know that we have an approval process, so we can't just buy the building. They know that. If you like, I can make edits to the letter of intent, and include other conditions that may be necessary for the sale of the contract.
At a minimum, those absolutely have to be included.
Just to piggy off of that. So it was my understanding, or it is my understanding, that when we accept the option to purchase, it would always be with contingencies, right? Contingent with the Board of Education approving the purchase of the property. So it's not like we're on the hook. So we have the 45 days, and then we have, if we do enter into a contract, do we have that contingency in place so that we're not, as Sasa saying, on the hook for that?
The contracts of sale are generally more thorough documents, and in those contracts of sale, we would have all the conditions that
Okay, so we would have the
while the letter of
contingencies.
intent just talks about the due diligence done from a facility standpoint, the contract of sale would have things like DOE approval, board approval, long-range facilities plan being accepted, and things like that.
I think what makes me uncomfortable is that it doesn't say anything about a letter of intent. It's asking the board to approve outright this purchase, not to exceed the cost of $2.6 million. So that wording to me
Can we reword it tonight?
is uncomfortable.
Okay, yeah.
So let me just bring up for my colleagues, because we've had extensive conversations on the Facilities Committee, but not every board member is on the Facilities Committee. So I just want to make sure that when we're evaluating this today, that everybody has the exact same information. And trust me, I was the previous executive director of the YWCA of Trenton, so I was intimately involved in the last renovation of the building. So I think, if I'm not to sound whatever, but I think I know the building as more intimately than anybody on this days. And trust me, I'm the one that would love to see this building go back to its former glory. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into it for 4 years. But the building, the reality is the building has been on the market for years, and there's a reason the building has been on the market for years. First of all, there's a lot of environmental issues with this building. There's a lot of asbestos in the building. The remediation of that building not only will be costly, but it will take time to do that. The building is not ADA compliant and certainly not compliant with the standards. I mean, we had an after-school program there, and there was and a summer camp program with a lot of things that were allowed to be grandfathered in because of the building, but that would no longer be the case. So all those things would need to happen. And of course, there's no elevator, and there's no way to expand the footprint of the building because realize this building takes, we're all Trenton residents, you know, it takes the width of an entire city block. It's on Academy Street and it's on Hanover Street. And the inside of Hanover Street is, if you've been on the inside of the Y building, not the SRO side, but it's virtually unusable in the way that it is cut up. Yes, it does have a beautiful gym with a real hardwood floor. It has a pool that has been filled in and is actually sinking because the pool was unusable. So if we got it, and I mean, it would have to be, the whole pool would have to be completely redone. And the other thing is the HVA system. There's only one HVA system in this building, and it's on the Academy Street side. On the Hanover Street side, there's no, I mean, in order to cool the building with the heat in the wintertime, we had to open the windows. There's no thermostat, there's nothing on that side of the building. So the HVA system only controls the back side of the building. And as I understand, Superintendent, please chime in if I'm saying anything. The Hanover Street side, like the kitchen has been pilfered. I mean, there's just a lot of damage on the SRO side. And obviously there's no AC. Currently, the district has no plan for the Academy Street side, the 90-unit SRO. And, you know, I mean, I've heard people throw things out here, but, you know, we're not in the business of housing people as it currently stands. It's an SRO. That's what could be done. That's not the district's mission. So that's something to consider. And I think the numbers came in, correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent, wasn't it just for the Hanover side, the first walkthrough, did they say 5 million? Was it 5 million just to renovate the Hanover side? I know there were some initial numbers, right? Initial, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the initial numbers, but remember, we had another assessment done, the information that I'd sent to you the second time, and it was 15 million.
15 million just for the Hanover. That's more like it.
No, I think that was for the entire building, Dwayne? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you can just fill me in so that
If I could just, before you answer that, if I could just finish and then we could have a...
Certainly.
Yeah, so the other question I had is that when we first initiated this discussion, we went from an offer, was it 400,000 to an offer of 2.6 million. And I think then after the walkthrough, it went up to 600,000. And keep in mind, this building was purchased for under $1 million, and now they're looking to sell it for like $3 million, I think. The other really important thing that I think is us as Trenton residents to keep in mind is that currently this building is on the city tax rolls. We can't afford to lose another building, to take it off the tax rolls in our city. Especially a building that we would have to put so much money into. You know, a gym, a pool that I wouldn't even count the pool because that would have to be redone, and the auditorium space that really can hold 100 people. Maybe it's not even like an auditorium, it's just a stage with a flat, you know, thing. And I'm only speaking for myself personally. You know, we're in a district that while we've had some good years, we know that this can turn on a dime. This is we can be put in a financially precarious situation. And, you know, this is, again, just me. I couldn't vote for something I would feel fiscally irresponsible to vote for the purchase of this building. And finally, this happened today, and I'm very excited about it. It may go nowhere. But I took it upon myself to speak to a local developer, and he directed me to the church, the Presbyterian church that's on the side of the school across the street, the complex. Yeah, that also runs the width of, right, exactly. And that church is going to be decommissioned, and they're going to be building a complex there. And I think we should have a conversation with them to see if there's anything that they can do or we can partner with them before we engage in something like this. You know, again, I think it's, and I hate to say this given everything that was put into it, but it's a money pit. And I worry about that for our district. But I don't want to diminish the charge that we have given our superintendent, because we have asked him, please find space for us. Absolutely, and I want to thank you for that, superintendent. But I just personally think, knowing the building as I do, that it's not worth it. So, thank you.
So I'll start with the 15 million. So we did an initial walkthrough, just district staff and some of our union representatives from the mechanical and laborers. We look at, several portions of the building. Yes, there are various areas that have been vandalized and damaged. A lot of the wiring and some of the copper piping and things were all pulled out of the building. As far as asbestos, I would say that, over 50% of our buildings currently have asbestos in them. We deal with asbestos every day. Moving forward, when the full assessment is done by our architectural engineering teams, which we did bring them out to take a look at the building, structurally they did express that the building is a sound building. I don't think there would ever be an intent to utilize any of the existing infrastructure of the building itself. So it's a whole lot easier to do new construction where you're utilizing new conduit, new piping and things going into it. Now, anytime you're dealing with the building with the existing asbestos, there's a format and there's means and methods in which you have to go about doing it. We're not doing a full demolition of the building, so there's no need to do a full renovation or asbestos abatement of the building. So it's not like you're, as we knocked down the Junior 1 facility where they had to go in and literally rip asbestos and things off the wall before they can literally take it down. So
I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Sure.
the asbestos abatement on the Academy Street side, there is no asbestos. That was already dealt with in the renovation.
Okay.
But the front part of the building, it's falling, the inside, there was a flood. And so the asbestos is actually falling down. There are areas of the building where the asbestos is exposed and falling down. So there has to be a complete abatement of the asbestos in that building.
Maybe during my walkthrough, I did see where there was some wall structures that had been damaged as a result of vandalism. As far as the flood damage, I didn't see anything that would require, we wouldn't even be able to actually access the building. Asbestos is only harmful when it's friable. So again, the building would certainly be gutted. Some of the potential, I'll say some of the things that are going to be helpful for us is that there is an existing gymnasium, as you alluded to. So you're not going in and actually trying to build a new gymnasium. You're just going in and you're doing a renovation to an existing site. Same thing with your auditorium area. Hardwood floors, which certainly can be sanded, restored. Lighting fixtures and things of that nature. You're going to do upgrades regardless of, because of all code issues. That's same thing with plumbing and electric. So it's not as much work as it would appear to be if you go in and you just gut the building and you're starting off basically. Now, the pool structure, as I explained to Ms. Howard earlier, I would say possibly a pool because, again, the pool is filled in. It's been buried and out of sight, so we don't know the actual condition of the pool.
Tell you what they filled it in with? Old chairs, it wasn't
Right.
even used with concrete. It was just everything that they had, they dumped into that pool.
Right.
So you know.
Yeah. So, I keep alluding to the fact that you're dealing with an existing structure, and structurally, the building is not in such disarray. The roof, I didn't see a lot of water penetration, as we were walking through the building itself. So certainly, maybe our overlay of the roofing system and window replacements, things of that nature, exterior facade, and of course the glass block and everything that's been damaged would have to be, renovated. Right. Well, that'll be certainly when the engineers go in to take a further in-depth look of the building itself, those will be the things that they will certainly take a full assessment of.
Can I ask one more question? And so I guess this question is for James as it relates to the intent. That 45 days allows us to look at all of this stuff and do a deeper dive, for lack of a better term.
So the 45-day period, and not to cut you off, but
No, sir.
once if this was to take place and we were able, this allows us to submit the electronic application for the acquisition of the property to the Department of Education. The department is allotted a 45-day period for approval process. As far as the second phase, which is the actual submission or schematic submission, that's going to come down the line regardless. So whether the district decides to move forward with it or not move forward with it, we don't have a schematic document to be able to turn into the department at this point.
Okay.
All we're doing right now is notify them that we have a building that we are interested in converting to an educational, well, not really converting, renovating for educational purposes.
Okay.
So the department, although they are known to go over their period, I think with the acquisition itself, it's a whole lot easier than going through a full set of documents, which is that second phase.
Okay. So then, just so that I'm clear, I'm going back to something that Sasha said earlier, a question that she asked. Let's say, for all intents and purposes, that we actually go in, you take your crew, whoever these engineers and guys are, right? And you decide that it is not wise to continue on down this path for whatever reason. There's something so significant that it's not in our best interest. The question to James is, did that letter of intent, we could just say no? Right. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Sure.
Can this be reworded? Can this resolution be reworded?
Yes, I asked if you can, oh, he did already. So it would say, resolution to approve letter of intent to purchase 127 Academy Street and 140 East Hanover, and then be it resolved that the Trenton Board of Education, upon the direction of the superintendent, approves the resolution to sign the letter of intent to purchase, again, the address, at a cost not to exceed $2,600,000.
So the last part of that is the cost.
Right, and so I wanted to ask
Go ahead.
Dwayne some questions now. Dwayne, for example, what would be the cost to do all the electrical, more or less? Because you already see...
Right now, I couldn't give you that number. It's based on percentages. As Mr. Boyd alluded to with the cost per square foot number.
Okay.
It fluctuates daily, but for me to stand here and give you a number, we don't even know a true scope yet. So to put a number to it is hard to even determine.
Because if we would be kind of redoing all the electrical, the
In
HVAC,
its entirety, yes.
Everything. It's like
Yes.
a gut,
So-
right? It would be a gut.
It'd be a complete gut rehab.
Right.
As we made mention to the mechanical system, it would be a full new HVA system that would have to be installed to
Exactly.
operate for that facility.
And it's on the
electric-
steam system. It's on the steam.
but we can change
Yeah,
that,
well,
though.
once you can make it gas, steam, water, I mean,
change that.
whatever the systems that have to go in. And again, that's what makes it a whole lot easier as opposed to trying to deal with restoring the existing
And to
systems.
redo a pool, because I most likely have to...
Well, the pool itself, again, it has to be looked at and fully assessed. The pool, unlike any other system, the piping and everything
But
is
if it's
typically already
filled
run into the...
in- If it's filled in, how can we have...
Well, I haven't seen what it's filled in, but she mentioned chairs, and it's not dirt. It's not
sinking.
concrete.
Yeah, it's
It can be
not.
removed.
So, and my other question, okay, so if you were to give a ballpark, can you?
I don't think
Well, right now,
I don't know, let's-
the initial number that, after doing the walkthrough with the engineers, was $15 million for the
Okay,
renovation
15
itself.
million. All right, so when we purchased Ninth Grade Academy,
Mhm.
we purchased it for 20 million. And it was turnkey practically, right?
Right.
Okay,
To an extent, yes.
right.
Remember,
Because,
it
and
was,
that's where I'm going to
was
next.
elementary education.
How much did we spend, have we spent so far at the Ninth Grade Academy?
easy 20 million in
So we
investments.
spent over 20 million.
Certainly.
Another
and,
way.
and we're still investing, because as the population grows, we still have, as we're expanding the building currently, we currently have documents that's being produced, or I should say being developed as we speak.
Another way to look at it is to, there's different costs for different level schools. A new elementary school's, what, 120, 130 million? And intermediate schools, about 200 million. And then a new high school is about $285 million. So to make this,
And those numbers are
expand it,
fluctuating.
make it a working high school, it's a lot cheaper than building new.
Very
And
much
we
so.
don't have any space anywhere,
There's landlocked in Trenton.
you know?
So, I mean,
So
But
financially, I think it's,
you would get a lot more by building a new high school than basically
Where
a
are you gonna
support,
build it?
a support building for Capital City, which is basically what this is. Some offices, a gym, and a
well,
auditorium.
no, they expand the learning spaces too.
So,
There are
yeah.
few classroom spaces.
So this is a math. See, I just deal with math. I'm past emotion, right? So we purchase it for 2.6. We invest 15 million in it for under $20 million. We have literally a sound building because you said it's structurally sound, right?
Structurally, yes.
So it's now functionable and state of the art. And that the language we used with the
with the
Ninth
gut
Grade
rehab,
Academy.
yes.
So for $20 million, we get an extension to the Capital City High School that helps us meet those needs, right?
Correct.
Right, that's it, right? That's 17.6 is the number that I wrote down just using the math.
Yes, with the
Okay.
purchase and
And
proposed
acquisition.
renovations.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, because the bid is for the entire property. So I know that we don't have a need for the residential as, right, we don't have a plan. So can we also create a plan? I mean, because I know Larry mentioned something about a little while ago, before you came in, that the county was interested in the residential part. Would it be possible that if they were agreeable, that they really wanted the property, that we would be the owners, but we could lease it to them and they would fix it up to their standards and then we can get rent money? I just wonder because, hey.
Yeah, I mean.
That's
if
exactly
we're-
how you have to think.
As the owner of the
Exactly.
property, I mean, you kind of dictate what the use is, yes. So,
I mean, so it could kind of pay for itself in a way.
But we do have to use it for an educational use, right? I mean, we would be bound by that if we're purchasing it, right?
No, because we're purchasing it.
Right.
It's not SDA.
So
like
we
have those
could do whatever we
limitations.
wanted with it. So the second part of that I had said about the 2.6 million, and I don't know who wants to answer this on staff, but again, we started out with 400,000. I think it got up to 800, maybe 6 to 8 or whatever,
His
and
counter
now
offer
it's
was
2.6. And so how did it get there? And
yeah. The 800,000 was only for the front Hanover Street property only.
so we're going to be paying 1.8 million for the backside that we have no plan for and that we can't really use at the point. I mean, I just want to point this out. I think it's important. We are the ones that are fiscally responsible
Yes.
for this district.
Can I say that we're just at the beginning of this thing? We don't even know if we're going to go down this path without that walkthrough to evaluate the place. This letter of intent is for the walkthrough. Am I right?
Correct.
Or did I miss something? Right?
It's-
And
wait.
then,
Not to
wait,
purchase.
let me finish. And please, I'm sorry. And if we acquire this building, whatever the guy paid for it when he bought it, and I don't know how long ago that was, if it was $1 million, but if we can acquire the building at 2.6, spend 15 million to fix it up so that our children can have a place to go, that's under $20 million. And we purchased the Ninth Grade Academy 4 or 5 years ago for $20 million. Just the rate of money now, it should cost us more than that. I'm just, just when you think about inflation. So I would say that the letter of intent is just that. It's a letter of intent. Let's see where it takes us. And because at the end of the day, if you go through and you find out that it's not going to cost 15 million, it's going to cost 25 million, guess what we could do?
Walk away.
We could walk. And let's say that we get further down this road and there's some other stuff that comes up. Well, we haven't signed a contract to sell. That sales contract, it's what binds us. Right? Am I missing something, Mr. Attorney? Okay. So I would just behoove us to do the due diligence because we need the space. Let's just go down the path, see if it works. And if it doesn't work, I'm the first person to say, heck no, I didn't cuss Addie. Addie was about to, Addie's about to kick me, right?
Clarification, you have done 1 or 2 walkthroughs already with professionals, right, or no?
Yes, and that's just, a visual walkthrough.
Okay, so the numbers, the 15 million that you gave us is not really accurate then?
That's a ballpark figure based on the square foot per cost that the current rates are.
Okay, so just the final, going back to the 2.6. So how did it get to 2.6 and what are we bound by in the letter of intent for that amount of money?
So the letter of intent basically binds us on the purchase price. So it's the purchase price. That's what it is.
2.6.
2.6.
So is there anything that can say that we have wiggle room for the 2.6, that for less? That we go in and we find it's going to be 25 million, but the board decides, well, we want to spend it. Is there any wiggle room on the price?
No. So the way this letter of intent is structured is the one thing you are agreeing to is how much you're going to buy the building for. Once you decide you want the building, you're going to pay $2.6 million for it.
So, at this point, if we had the 2.6 million and we have the $15 million, I'm saying, can we afford it, right? That we haven't had that discussion. Can we afford it? Do we have the flexibility to be able to make this investment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Or we wouldn't bring it to the table if we did.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear, because, okay, so we have the flexibility and we have the funding that we can do that and not hurt other things, other programming, and it will provide additional space for our children who are at Capital City, and it's space where they can just walk across the street as opposed to get on a bus and go somewhere, right? So, and at this point, we're not bound, this is just an intent, and if it comes back at 30 million, then we can say, oh no, we can't do that, right?
Right.
Okay, all right, that's for me, that's good.
Jane, to that point, where's this money coming from?
It's coming in the budget. Actually, when Dwayne and I presented, we said that it would be between 5 and 18, because you asked a host of questions at that time, and I said we put aside actually $20 million, right? And if you look at the budget, looking back at some of our resolutions, on the operations committee, we put 10 million in maintenance reserve and 10 million in capital reserve for that. Now, next year, we have an additional 10 million. So we wouldn't bring it to the table if we didn't have cash to be able to provide.
How much do we have in the capital reserve now and in the
It's 10
total?
mil-
No, total for the district.
24 million.
Okay, and you set aside 10 out of that 24 million for
But that's
this.
not for our other projects. That's just for the YWCA.
Right, but what I'm saying, out of that 24 million pot, you've taken out 10 million of that for the YWCA.
No, I haven't taken out anything
Well,
because
that's
we
what
don't
you,
know.
but that's where it will come from.
Right.
Correct?
That's where it will come from.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And sorry, the other 10 is coming from where? Maintenance?
Maintenance reserve,
And what is the total of the maintenance currently?
10 million.
So we're taking the entire maintenance
Yes, and
budget.
then we have a carryover that, I think for our windows, we probably put in for about 6 or 7 million, and it came in under at 3 million. So the additional money is a carryover from the prior year's maintenance reserve.
So if we're taking 10, how much is left? That's all I want to know.
10.
So we have 20 million in there now?
We have 10 in maintenance and 10 in capital.
So we're
And
taking-
a carryover of 4.
Okay, so if we take the 10, we'll have 4 left in maintenance.
Yes.
Is that correct?
But not overall. We still have money in the maintenance reserve for our other schools.
Other projects.
This is just for this project.
If there are no other questions, I would ask that we vote.
I think that was a great conversation.
It was a wonderful conversation, and this is what we have been wanting to do, to be able to have these conversations.
I think that was a great conversation.
And I want to say, Sasa, I really appreciate your concerns because they are compelling, and I understand where you're coming from. But as
It's hard to
we-
argue against the YWCA for me personally.
Right.
It's very hard. But just one final, not to beat a dead horse. Is there any wiggle room with that $2.6
said
million
no.
wording?
He said no.
Wording, the wording.
So we haven't signed the agreement yet, so we could ask them to accept a lower purchase price, but whatever number is in that letter of intent, that is the number we are buying the
So
building
why
for.
did we go with 2.6? Superintendent, Jane, anybody can?
Right, so. Yeah. Yeah, because according to the owner, they have an offer at 3+ million. And we negotiated to come down to where we are, just to see if we could get in.
So
But-
wait, if they have a $3 million offer, why didn't they take it?
Yeah, so it had to do with the difference between financing and cash. We have the ability to take care of it in a cash way, and their other offer does not. So that was the reason why the agreement. So I didn't know if we would put all of that
I asked the
out.
exact same question.
And the other thing is that I just can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but I can't believe it. We have a school district up north who is bidding on that building too. That's crazy. Why would another school district want to, apparently to make money off of it? So I say we lease the other part and we get the rent money. No, but I thank you. Yes, I'll read it. I'll
Thank you,
reread it.
Yolanda, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And the resolution then reads, resolution to approve letter of intent to purchase 127 Academy Street and 140 East Hanover Street in Trenton, New Jersey. Be it resolved that the Trenton Board of Education, upon the direction of the Superintendent of Schools, approves the resolution to sign the letter of intent to purchase 127 Academy Street and 140 East Hanover Street in Trenton, New Jersey at a cost not to exceed $2.6 million. And
I got you.
I request,
So I would just ask that Austin amends his motion to approve the consent agenda with the amended language.
thank you.
So that
So
we're clear in
moved.
the minutes.
I second that.
All right, good enough, good enough.
I know, right?
Yeah, second it.
Okay,
Do I do roll call? Okay. Yolanda Lopez,
yes.
Gerald Trueheart absent, Jean Bowie,
Yes.
Denise Johnson absent, Austin Edwards,
Absolutely, yes.
Jeannie Weeklam,
Yes.
Addie Daniels Lane,
Yes.
Sasa Montagna.
I abstain.
Okay, Larry Trailer.
Quick question, is this for the whole agenda? Okay, so I have to recuse myself on item F
F.
and HH.
On which agenda?
On the facilities report,
Okay.
facilities recommendation.
Facilities and Finance, okay.
Yes. Otherwise, yes.
Okay. Motion passed. Now you're here. Oh, please, James.
Whereas the Open Public Meetings Act, codified as NJSA 10:4-6, permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting under certain circumstances, and whereas the Trenton Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist, indicated as follows: any material considered confidential by federal law, state statute, or court rule, any pending or anticipated litigation or contract negotiations to which the board is or may become a party to, and any matter falling within the attorney-client privilege to the extent that confidentiality is required to preserve the attorney-client relationship and allow the attorney to exercise his or her ethical duties as a lawyer in the matters captioned invoices, and just invoices. Now there it be resolved. Okay, right here. Okay. Oh, it's not just invoices, I'm so sorry. Invoices, RW versus TBOE, in the matter of TC, in the matter of HG, in the matter of CC, and approval of invoice in the matter of WR. Now therefore be it resolved by the Trenton Board of Education, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, that an executive session will be held on August 19, 2024 for the statutorily permissible purposes indicated in this resolution. Be it further resolved that action may be taken by the board when it reconvenes in open session. Be it finally resolved that the minutes of the executive session with regard to the above subject matter shall be disclosed to the public at a later date, and to the extent that the same is not prejudicial, I can't say it. Thank you. To the interests of the parties involved, no longer adverse to public interest, or does not endanger any individual's right to privacy. May I have a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second.
Yolanda Lopez.
Yes.
Gerald Trueheart absent. Jean Bowie.
Yes.
Denise Johnson absent. Austin Edwards.
Yes.
Jeannie Weeklam.
Yes.
Addie Daniels Lane.
Yes.
Sasa Matanya. Larry Trailer.
Yes.
Adjourn to exec session. I got my stomach, please.
So, James, I guess I got the answer to my question, huh? So I have the answer to my question. Even though we have. Okay, so I got the answer to my question. Okay. All right. But you ain't about to tell me, but I just got the answer to my question.
So when you sent me that text message,
You're still.
I called my wife and I was like, listen, I can't. So when we talked about
Okay. Yeah, I was just harassing him, right? I was just harassing him. Okay.
see if it's what I think it is. We'll see what happens. Congratulations. Congratulations. So can I get my email now telling me not? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait to be done with you. Thank you. See you. Yep.
So she's born 86. So my daughter. Okay. And and so like I said, you can be my child.
Oh, you had the door open?
Yeah. And so same age.
Yeah.
So she graduated from 2004. That was right.
Okay.
Yeah, she graduated in 2003. Yeah.
So I graduated from Lawrenceville in 04.
Because one of her classmates went to Ryan
out we did something wrong in the meeting, and I remember, I think it was like my first 3 or 4 months here, and I was like, they're gonna let me go already. And, you know, Perry came back out and chaired the meetings, but I remember that. I remember you and G kind of like, so I appreciate it.
Like I said, then you could have been my son.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but anyway.
Oh,
sure did. The battery is probably dead. How did I do that?
This Trenton Board of Education meeting is reconvened. May I have a motion to approve invoices?
Second, Gene.
Roll call? Yes.
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 May I have a motion on the matter of RW versus TBOE?
Me? So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
May I have a motion in the matter of TC? I'm sorry. May I have a motion in the matter of HG?
I move that we approve quantitative 1 and 2 and qualitative 1 and 2 for HG.
I second that.
Yes.
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 Abstain.
Yes.
And may I please have a motion in the matter of CC?
I move that we approve qualitative goal 1 and qualitative goal 2, along with approve quantitative goal 1 and quantitative goal 2.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Abstain.
Yes.
May I please have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.
You don't have to ask for